are back, and everything's loaded up. I'm doing a return trip, Air France 1761 nonstop service from Tbilisi, can't pronounce that, to Paris. Let's see, throw my headset on, and let's get it rocking. Meantime, we can do flaps 2. We are taking off on 13 right, because 13 left, 31 right is closed. Maybe turn the APU off. Here, take off the things, okay. Alright, so yeah, this is a very long one. This is 5 hours. 5 hours. So let's take a look at this here. As far as the departure, I think it's like a Pillows 1 departure. Let's see, Pally 1. So this is basically takeoff and a right turn to Pally. Seems simple enough. One thing I forgot to get the chat box up. Go ahead and do that. And also, I could update the flight plan. See, what is my flight plan? Make sure we don't crash. Chat box, chat command. Feel like I'm not gonna have enough time to update that just yet. Alright, so this should be enough time, I think. So we are, Jesus Christ, what did I just do? We are the that. G, no. be early 6. Save. Alright, so this is a closed runway. I don't even think I asked for taxi clearance, so let's just go ahead and ask for that now.
Ground Air France 1761 with Quebec ready to taxi IFR.
Air France 1761 taxi to and hold short of runway 13 right via taxiway Alpha cross runway 13 left Alpha. Contact tower on 119.0 when ready.
Taxiing hold short runway 13 right using taxiway Alpha cross runway 13 left Alpha Air France 1761.
Alright, since we're here,
Tbilisi Tower Air France
Tbilisi.
1761 at runway 13 right ready for departure IFR to de Gaulle.
Air France 1761 altimeter 30.06 wind 15 tree at 15. Cleared for takeoff runway 13 right.
Cleared for takeoff runway 13 right Air France 1761.
Sort of an uphill slope, but it should be good. I push it 50%. I don't know. If I can get it straight, there we go. Okay, got 100 knots. One rotate. Positive rate, near up.
Air France 1761 contact Tbilisi Center on 127.1. Good day.
Climb thrust.
Air France 1761, did you copy?
I did.
127.1 Air France 1761.
Alright, flaps up. Go ahead and check that overhead just to be safe. We are fine. I'm going to let it climb for a bit, and I will be back to check on it in a second. Alright, we are back. Had a couple things I needed to do and take care of, but from the looks of it, she is chugging away, burning about 44,000 pounds per hour. My ear, man, this thing hurts. Hold on, let me just take this earring out. This is crazy. Ouch. Let's see. Let me look at my route on the A cars. Should be able to pull that up. A cars. A cars. So we are by Sinop. Is that Italy? No. Oh yeah, I'm way off the middle. What is this? Is the Middle East? Like, I'm not recognizing any of these names. That's a very good question. That looks like a major city right there. Let's see. Ankara. Oh, that's Turkey. Okay. So why is it not just showing Istanbul? Because if I would have seen Istanbul, I would have been like, oh, okay. I know where that is, but nope. Alright. Oh, there is Istanbul up here. Alright, so yeah, Turkey. Then you come up here. I can't even read this, so I don't know what it is. But we are well on our way. We have 3 hours and 48 minutes worth of flying left, and we should be arriving at 12:10. 12:10. Alright, so let's put the 8 cars up. Let's see. North here. See if he gets a notification on that or not. I don't know how this stuff is set up, but let me turn off the light. Alright, so where we left off at, we are in cruise, 36,000 feet. Everything seems fine. 1,476 miles to go. And messing around with this Nintendo Switch. Okay. Trying to figure out. and flight entertainment on. Okay.
When you're out flying in a small plane,
Let me do that. Maybe I did. Let's switch over the browser.
when you're out flying in a small plane, something you never want to have happen is this. It seems this pilot made a big mistake and flew directly into some power lines. But let's see how he got there.
Jesus Christ. Ooh.
First, I want to talk about that horn that you heard as soon as he rotated until he hit the power lines. Listen here as the horn starts making a noise. That noise is the stall warning horn, and what that indicates is that the wings are about to stop being able to generate enough lift, and the last thing you want to do is have that stall warning horn go off when you're really close to the ground. When your plane is flying like this, the wings are not generating the same amount of lift to get you away from the ground because it's in a steep bank like this. It even looks like he may be descending, and clearly this did not work out. The easiest way I can explain this lift to you from a wing is when you're a kid and you put your hand out the window. When you put your hand out the window, if you were to have it like this, the wind is going to be hitting the bottom of your hand, and that's going to want to push your hand up. However, if you had your hand like this, the wind is not going to be pushing your hand up at that same amount of force that you had when you had your hand like this. That same concept applies to how he has his wings here. Now, I know some of you are not going to believe me yet. Some of you don't think I'm a real pilot. But if you do go try that, just make sure you have someone else driving while you're trying all these different hand angles, because I don't want you to get into a wreck and then you tell the police, yeah, this fake YouTuber pilot Kelsey told me to go try this thing while I'm driving my car. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying you have your hand out the window, you'll notice how the force is on your hand when it's like this compared to this. And it's the same thing that's going on with this pilot. By being in that steep bank, he's not generating the same amount of lift as he should be. With the stall warning horn going off and the pilot choosing to do this excessive angle of bank, you can see why he isn't getting away from the ground. Now, I had a very similar situation to this once when I was flying a small plane just like this at a very high altitude airport, and we took off and the stall warning horn was going off the entire time. Now, I knew exactly what was going on, and I also understood, or I think I understood, it was a long time ago, I also understood that concept that we can't get into a steep bank, because if we do, we're going to stop generating lift, and we were low to the ground because we had just taken off. So I made nice shallow banks so we could keep climbing because we were near a mountainous area. So we made this nice shallow bank until I could continue to climb and get away and higher as far as the altitude that I needed in towards this valley area that we were going to. And you will notice that commercial airliners, like on the 747, I'd say 99% of the time when we take off, before we make any turn, we're at least 400 feet above the ground. And the reason is because they know that when you're close to the ground, you have things like telephone poles and power lines and buildings and trees. All those things are close to the ground. So they want you to get at least 400 feet before they have you start any turn. Now, of course, there are exceptions to every rule, and that is something that we brief. If there's some turn that's going to happen, like at the very edge of the runway before you get to 400 feet, that is something that we talk about. And we talk about that because it's abnormal. So pilots generally, when they're flying commercial airliners, will always go out of, let's take Los Angeles, LAX. You're going to be at 400 feet before you start any turn. The soonest they'll have you turn when you go out, if you're not on a normal departure, is to wait for you to get to the shoreline. By the shoreline, you should be at least 400 feet. even when you're heavy and it's hot. So you can get to 400 feet, and out there it's ocean. So it's kind of hard to hit something over the ocean. But by waiting to 400 feet, they're avoiding this situation right here. A friend of mine that's a helicopter pilot told me a piece of advice that I'll always remember. And I noticed something happening in this video that's based on what she had told me. And that is, if you're ever flying and your body starts to tense up, trust your gut. Realize that there's probably something that's not right, and you should make a choice, make a decision, do something, look around, try to figure out why your body's tensing up. If you're leaning forward or you're feeling that in your gut, something's not right, trust your gut. You can see right before this pilot hits, I think he realizes something's about to go wrong, because you can see his body start to tense up here and his shoulders start to scrunch up. I'm going to guess this is an inexperienced pilot and he made a poor choice. And the reality is that being a pilot, the main thing you have to do is make good choices. This was a poor choice because he got into this Top Gun bank just a couple hundred feet above the ground and did not work out very well for him. This is actually the second part of the video, and you can see how it played out here.
Gezeit.
Man.
Ja,
Is it okay? I think it's
Despite that lady having blood on her face, she looks like she's physically okay, and the other guy seems okay, and the pilot seemed okay. Now, had that pilot maintained wings level and got to 500 feet before he turned, he probably would have been okay. This is the picture here of the plane after it all went down. Over here on the left side of the pictures, you can see some power lines. I'm guessing this plane hit the other ones that were on the other side of these trees, and then actually hit the trees, cushioning the impact. But you can see just how beat up this plane is. And this just goes to show you that even though these planes look like little tin cans with lawnmower engines, it still can take a massive beating and you can walk away. And that's why I always tell pilots, if you're ever in a situation where things look really bad, keep fighting and get yourself to the best possible situation. Don't give up, because this pilot didn't have a choice. As soon as he hit the electrical lines, the party was over. But there's a lot of cases where I've seen pilots where they give up. Their engine fails and they just go, oh, well, now it's all over. No, look how smashed up that plane is, and those three people walked away. Had he ended up killing someone, I'm sure he would have felt terrible. But all three people walked away. That's a mistake that I'm sure if he ends up flying again, he will never make that mistake again. And I just wanted to show this to you because it's something you can learn from. Don't think because you got your 50 hours that you're some Top Gun pilot, and do something like this. Learn from this situation. Argentinian private jet, and before I started reviewing this, I decided to double check and verify that because I've made that mistake before, but I was just in Argentina and I was pretty sure, but I had to verify. As you can see here, this LV indicates that the plane is registered in Argentina. As you can see, that isn't a normal profile that you will typically see a plane doing, and the person that sent it to me, they asked me, is this unsafe or dangerous, or why did the plane do this? That looked more like when you're in flight school and you're learning how to do a soft or short field takeoff. You do this thing where you try to get the plane off the ground as quickly as possible, and then you go right over the runway and speed up. And the reason you do that is you want to get the plane, obviously, off the runway. If it's a very short field runway, you want to get it off of the runway and in the air, then you can speed up and then climb away from the ground. That's kind of what it looked like they were doing here, which is not normal in a private jet. You'll see planes doing this all the time if you hang out near an airport where people are doing flight school, but you almost never see it on a corporate jet. Have I done this in a 747? Well, yes, I have. I did it in a simulator, not in real life. But I did this exact same situation. We did something where we did a short takeoff. I just wanted to try something out. We did this really short takeoff where we did exactly this exact situation, where you get up in the air and then you hold your altitude, speed up, and then once you get enough speed that you would normally climb away from the ground at, you would climb away from the ground. The thing is you saw this pilot actually start to lose altitude. You see here the pilot is actually losing altitude, which is not something that you want to do just after takeoff. So one possibility is that this pilot was just messing around doing a short or soft field type takeoff. That's one possibility. Another possibility is that they accidentally bumped the power back, or they were just playing around. I mean, there's a whole multitude of possibilities here. But the thing is, I don't think that these pilots or the people that were on board were ever at any risk, because you can see here that their climb out was very strong, so it's not like the plane didn't have enough power to get up and fly away. So whoever sent it to me, you are correct. This is not normal, but I don't think that anybody was in danger. I think the pilots were either messing around and having some fun, or trying something different, or maybe I did the 747 thing in a simulator. Maybe they don't have a simulator, so they wanted to see, hey, if we're ever in a scenario where we need to get off at a really short distance, let me just show you what this plane is capable of. Now, except for the part where they started descending a little bit, which, again, they didn't get close to the ground, but they did start to descend. But other than that, there's really no danger in doing that way, but it's not a normal profile that you'll see pilots do.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Heard me talk about crosswind landings before, but essentially what it means is the wind is not coming directly down the middle of the runway, it's coming from the side, which means the plane is approaching the runway at an angle, and we call that crabbing. And when you see a plane like a 747 with this angle on it, it's a pretty decent amount of crab. Now there are two different strategies that pilots can take when they're doing a crosswind landing. My style, the way that I like to do it, is that I wait till I'm 10 feet off the ground, and I push the rudder in and straighten the plane out. And I just found that for me, that works out better, and that's the reason why I do it that way. I also think it's smoother for the passengers, but for me, it's just an overall easier system. It's the way that I've always flown planes. I've always landed without having any crab in there, just because it also is easier on the landing gear. It's easier for the people in the back of the plane, so their face isn't getting slapped onto a window if they're looking up the window. But a plane like this can handle landing in the crosswind exactly like you saw. One of the nice things about a plane landing in the crab like this is that your plane is going to track right down the middle of the runway, and it's a lot easier to keep it tracking, and you don't need to worry about when to push the rudder in. But watch what happens to the right wing. As they land, it comes up, which of course causes the left wing to dip. There's two reasons that can be created. The first is that the pilots are focused on now having to straighten out the rudder now that they landed on the runway. They're having to, we call it dancing on the rudders, going back and forth, trying to get the plane to keep down the middle of the runway. Obviously, that's the priority, is keeping the plane going down the middle of the runway, especially on a wide-body aircraft like this, because there's not a lot of room for air. You can't go to the left or the right, or you're going to be on runway lights or into the grass, and you never want to have that. The other thing that can happen is that by doing that, by being focused on the rudder, you can leave your ailerons, or in this case your yoke, neutral. And what
Stupid ads. Pretty sure that's what that is.
What that allows to happen
There we
is
go.
that the wind now comes underneath that right wing, because the wind is coming from that right-hand side, and blows that right wing up in the air, causing the left wing to go towards the ground. That's one possibility. The other possibility is realize how much further this right wing now has to travel forward rapidly to get with the plane being straight. And what happens when a wing starts moving forward, especially a wingtip, which is really far away from the main center of the plane, that means it's traveling a long distance and it's traveling very fast. Well, a wing going forward is going to generate lift, which is exactly what happened. The plane is coming into the runway crab like this, and as soon as they touch down, look at the distance this right wingtip is going to have to travel in order to get even with the rest of the plane, because it's a long way back. So you have one side generating lift and one side not generating lift, and if you don't put the correction in, what you have is wind coming from that side and you have a wing generating more lift than another wing, which means it's going to want to go up in the air, pushing the other wing down. So my guess is the reason this left wing is coming down here is probably because they didn't put any correction into that right wing. When I say correction, what I mean is that as soon as your plane touches down, you're not done flying. The plane's still going just a couple of knots slower than it needs to actually fly. So you have to put a correction into your wings to keep your wings level. And you have to turn them, basically like if you were going to bank your plane to the right, you'd have to turn the controls to keep that right wing actually level. It's kind of counterintuitive. So as soon as you land, you now have to bank your right wing down so it doesn't go up. And it takes a lot. You got your feet moving, you got your eyes keeping down the middle of the runway, and now you have to keep your wings level, especially on a large jet like this. On a smaller plane, not a big deal. As the planes get bigger, those engines, we call them pods, are now really close to the ground. So as soon as you land, you have to put that correction in. But you can't go all the way to the right, because if you go all the way to the right, you've now slammed your right wing into the ground. And if you just do nothing, you can slam your left wing into the ground. So you have to do, just like every flight instructor says that I hate, you have to do just enough to keep the wings level, which is an annoying thing. Usually I just get a little bit in there and then I just kind of add more as necessary. You want to obviously start with some as soon as you touch down, and then you can kind of fill it out. Now as you slow down, it's not an issue, but at that very high speed, those first few seconds, it's vital that you get enough in there so that way you don't slam your right wing down or let your right wing go up, slamming your left wing on the ground. And that is why I don't like to crab like this. I have a different rhythm, which is at 10 feet, which is right about here when they start to float. I put in enough rudder to straighten out the plane. Now before I talk about why they floated, I'll tell you that the other possible scenario here is that the pilot put in the wrong wing correction. Now I talked about that you were supposed to put your right wing down towards the ground. There's a possibility that this pilot, for whatever reason, got confused and put his left wing down. Raise your hand if you've done that before. And I did it, but I caught it before it became a problem. But I've had very similar situation to this. We landed, and then for whatever reason, my brain malfunctioned, and I thought left wing down. And as soon as I did that, I was like, well, nope, that's definitely not it. And then I got right wing down. So I was able to correct it before I ended up striking a pod, and obviously these guys didn't strike pods either. So I was able to correct it before it was a problem. And you could see that the correction was put in pretty quickly. But the thing is you don't want to have it get that close because it gets very stressful for everybody up there on the flight deck. Now let me talk about why they floated a little bit right before they touched down. You see here how they're floating a little bit before the touchdown? That's not something that you want to have happen. The problem is that when you're coming in on a day like this, where the wind is probably gusty, you need to keep an extra speed. And the problem is when you have extra speed is that speed has to bleed off somewhere before the plane touches down. So usually what I do when it's really windy and it's a strong gusty day like that is I don't try to make it a soft landing, especially because on my strategy at 10 feet above the runway, I straighten the plane out. If I try to straighten the plane out and now make a really soft touchdown and just kind of like goose it on the ground, I have the possibility of floating. By floating and keeping the plane straight down the runway with a strong crosswind like that, it can actually blow the plane to the left side of the runway. So as soon as I straighten out here with this wind from this right-hand side, this plane is now off the center of the runway. And you never want to land off the center line, especially on large jet. If you enjoyed this video, check out these two over here. I look forward to hearing from you. Until then, keep the left side up.
Alright, so here we go for another one I wanted to watch. I think it was new. Oh my god. This one.
A single unexpected instruction from air traffic control initiates a sequence of events that looks completely inexplicable. A perfectly working Airbus A320 is hurtling through the night towards the dark sea below. But why? Stay tuned. All accidents are tragic, but it's the really unnecessary ones that tends to stick in your memory, the ones that lack any type of reason or explanation. And the one that I'm about to tell you about today is definitely one of those. On the 3rd of July 2006, a crew from Armavia was getting ready for a short 1-hour flight from Yerevan in Armenia over towards Sochi in Russia. The flight was a scheduled night flight with a departure time of 40 minutes past midnight, and the general weather in the area was dominated by a low pressure in the eastern part of the Black Sea. This low pressure had caused a cold front to move over the destination Sochi and had brought with it some low clouds, poor visibility and at times very heavy rain showers. The captain was 40 years old at the time of the accident, and he'd been flying for Armavia for about 2 years and as a captain on the Airbus A320 for less than 1 year. Previously, he'd been working for another Armenian airline flying the Yak 40, but he had since taken the type rating on the Airbus A320, which he did at SAS Flight Academy in Stockholm, where I actually worked at about the same time as this happened, but not with these crews. During that training, he had received okay comments from his instructors, but he also received some notes about his lack of call-outs. He had amassed about 5,500 hours of total time and 1,436 hours on the Airbus A320. On this evening, the captain was joined by a 29-year-old first officer who had also joined Armavia about 2 years earlier. He had previously been operating the Tupolev 154 and the ATR 42 for a different operator, but then he also went up to SAS Flight Academy, got his type rating on the Airbus 320 and started working for Armavia. He had about 2,200 hours of total time and about 1,000 hours on the Airbus. The aircraft that he was scheduled to fly this night was a 9-year-old Airbus A320 that, according to technical record, was in perfect working condition. According to local Armenian laws, the crew underwent a pre-flight medical check at time 23:30 local time, and then they started looking into their pre-flight briefing material, and they saw quite quickly that the weather at the destination was quite marginal. But given that this was a very short flight, only about an hour long, they decided that they were going to take fuel to fly over to Sochi to be able to reach their alternate if they needed to, but also to have the ability to fly back home to Yerevan if that was needed. In order to do that, they calculated that they needed about 10 tons of fuel, so they contacted their handling company and the fueler started to refuel the aircraft. The pilots also checked the NOTAMs, where there was nothing of significance, and then they checked the low-level significant weather chart, where there was some indications of some low-level turbulence, but nothing that would stop them from flying. So they proceeded over, started briefing their 5 cabin crew members for this flight, and 1 flight engineer that was also going to come with them over towards Sochi, and then they proceeded out to the aircraft and started boarding their 105 passengers for the flight. The pilots had decided that the captain was going to be pilot flying for the first flight, so he went into the cockpit and started doing the pre-flight preparation while the first officer completed the walk around. And at this point everything was normal, except that the pilots were making some comments about them feeling a little bit tired. They did have more than 24 hours of rest prior to the flight, but working nights is always hard and it's really hard for the body to adapt to it. At 39 minutes past midnight, the crew received their engine startup clearance, and about 8 minutes after that, the Airbus A320 initiated its normal flap 1 takeoff roll from Yerevan airport. As the aircraft got airborne, the captain called for gear up and started retracting the flaps on schedule. At an altitude of 2,370 feet, he engaged the autopilot and then continued climbing. The first officer was handling the radios, and initially they received some vectors to avoid a nuclear power plant and later also some storm clouds. But eventually they contacted Yerevan Control and received a clearance to climb to flight over 200. The controller also informed the crew that the weather in Sochi was now 2,000 meters in mist and a cloud base of 170 meters. Yes, I know, the Russians uses meters to give altitude distances while the rest of us uses feet. In my view, that makes total sense, but it makes it a little bit complicated to tell this story. So I'm going to tell you both feet and meters because that's what's in the final report. The problem with that weather report was that the minimum weather required in order to be able to start the ILS approach in Sochi was 2,500 meters visibility and a cloud base of a minimum 175 meters. So with this weather, they wouldn't be able to start the approach there. The first officer acknowledged that weather and then received climb clearance to their final cruising level, flight level 340, 34,000 feet. The cockpit voice recorder indicates that the pilots were now discussing the weather situation, and at this point it looked like both of them were open to the idea that they might not be able to continue towards their destination. However, that is soon about to change, because at time 0120 the first officer called up the Sochi approach controller and asked him to clarify the weather situation. The approach controller responded and said that at this time the weather is actually below the landing minima for both the ILS into runway 06 and the ILS to runway 02, which are the only two landing runways in Sochi due to terrain on the other side of the airfield. The first officer then informed the controller that they had about 1 hour of holding fuel on board, and he asked him whether or not there were any forecasts of improvement in the weather for the next hour. The controller went away and consulted with a forecasting expert, and when he came back, he said that the weather for the coming hour was forecasted to be 1,500 meters visibility and a cloud base of 150 meters, which is way below the landing minima. What the controller forgot to say was that this was an at times forecast, meaning that that was the worst possible weather forecasted during the next hour. It wasn't an accurate full picture of the weather situation. The aircraft was now about 180 kilometers away from Sochi, and based on that weather report, the crew now elected to return back to their departure aerodrome of Yerevan. They informed the air traffic controller, who told them to turn left back towards an RNAV point called Barus, and here is where this story could have ended. But unfortunately, that's not what happened. Something else is starting to happen in this cockpit. Even though that decision to return back to Yerevan seemed like a sound decision based on the weather information they had, the captain now indicated that he was starting to get irritated with the Sochi approach controller, and the cockpit voice recording indicates that it looks like the captain thought that the approach controller had some kind of personal agenda in all of this. This was also the first indication that it looked like this captain was now getting more and more focused on getting these aircraft to Sochi. As this discussion was going on, the Sochi approach controller actually contacted the crew on the second radio box asking them what their decision was, and the captain chose to respond to that saying, "Yes, what decision? We're returning back to Yerevan," clearly irritated. About 10 minutes later, as the aircraft is actually returning towards Yerevan, the crew again contacted the Sochi approach controller to get the updated weather. But this time the crew also tells the controller that they have deputies on board. What they're likely referring to here is members of the Russian Duma, high-ranking politicians. This was not true, but they likely said this in order to try to influence the controller to give them better weather to enable them to once again turn back towards Sochi. The controller came back and said that the weather right now is about 3,000 meters with a cloud base of 170 meters, so it's just around minima, but for the last few minutes it's been okay. This caused the crew to once again change their minds, and they now informed the Tbilisi controller they were talking to that Sochi was again open and asked them if they could get a turn back towards Sochi. The Tbilisi controller approved this and told them to turn direct towards a waypoint called Banut. Now the captain starts preparing for the approach, and on the cockpit voice recorder you can hear them going through the approach briefing, and as part of the approach briefing they're discussing how to do a proper go-around for runway 06. The approach procedure stipulates that in case of a go-around, the aircraft needs to turn right onto a heading of 240 degrees and climb to 2,100 feet or 600 meters, maintaining an airspeed of maximum 200 knots. Now remember that missed approach procedure because it's going to become important later on. At time 01:52, the crew received their first descent clearance to 22,000 feet. This was initiated in something called a managed mode, which means in the Airbus that the aircraft basically follows a predetermined descent path, but for some reason that descent mode seemed to irritate the captain. He made a remark saying, "This one doesn't want to keep in the manage, does it, brother? Now, have a look here, it doesn't want to, you can't make it." The co-pilot answered, "Well, engage your autopilot if you want to, yours is better in the descent," and then they both laughed. The autopilot was then changed from autopilot 2 to 1, and then the descent mode changed from the managed to the open descent mode, meaning that from now on the autopilot was going to try to descend following a specified speed rather than the specified path. This could potentially be seen as a lack of understanding on behalf of the captain when it came to his autopilot system, but it might also be an indication that he just wanted to descend quicker in order to anticipate maybe shortcuts and get towards Sochi quicker.
If you give me just 89 seconds, I'm going to show you this $1 million skill that they were scared to teach you in school, and how you can use it.
One thing that was noticed was that the captain during the descent had a tendency to change modes and update things without telling his colleague, the first officer, what he was doing. Now, it is mandatory to call out any changes that we do, and that's not just because we want to follow standard operating procedures, that's also because it's really important that both pilots have a shared mental model of what's going on. so that one pilot doesn't suddenly look up and see a completely different descent mode on his flight mode annunciator, not understanding why it's there. Anyway, during the descent there were also some more signs that at least the first officer was experiencing a bit of fatigue, because at one point he said, "Screw it, who operates such flights with the jitters and not enough sleep?" As they descended further, the pilots also discussed that they weren't going to contact the Sochi approach controller anymore until they absolutely had to, out of fear that he might be giving them, again, worse weather so that they couldn't start their approach. But at 2 o'clock in the morning, the Tbilisi controller handed them over to the Sochi approach controller for their final descent in towards the airport. They did so and were cleared to descend to 5,900 feet and proceed towards a waypoint called Gukin. They were also given the latest weather, which was okay at that point, a visibility of 4,000 meters, ceiling of 180 meters in light rain showers, temporary visibility of 1,500 meters. Temperature was dew point 11, and the pressure 1,016 hectopascal. The controller also told them that it looked like they were way too high on profile and that they needed to expedite the descent. If not, they were not going to be able to make the final turn in towards the approach. The crew read this back and increased the speed to 280 knots indicated to try to regain the profile. At this point, they were about 47 kilometers away from the airfield, that's about 25 nautical miles, and they were at an altitude of 12,700 feet. And just to give you an idea, at that distance they should really be at about 8,000 feet, so they were indeed quite high. The pilots were now reminded again by the controller that they were high on profile before he handed them over to the next controller, and the cockpit voice recording is indicating that the pilots were quite annoyed with how the controller was handling this. And it is likely that the fact that they were so annoyed and that they were also starting to get a little bit stressed being high on profile could potentially start to have an effect on how they were operating the aircraft. At times 02, 03 and 56 seconds, the captain tries to turn towards the final approach track using the heading select mode. The problem though is that at this point he is at 10,260 feet with an indicated airspeed of 280 knots, which is just way too high. He realizes this, he engages the vertical speed mode and increases that to about 2,500 feet per minute, but by doing so that increases the vertical speed, but it doesn't slow down the aircraft. And because of this, the aircraft flies through the center line, final approach, and ends up on the left-hand side. The captain now disconnects the autopilot for a short while, probably trying to correct the aircraft back onto final approach, but after about 14 seconds he re-engages the autopilot and sets a heading of 090 degrees to intercept. And at the same time as he's doing that, the approach controller calls them up, notifying them that they're left of centerline and tells them to turn to heading 090, to which the crew responds that that's what they've already done. At this point, the cockpit voice recording indicates that the captain is starting to get really annoyed with the controllers, and he's also doing all sorts of things, including, for example, disconnecting the autopilot without telling the first officer about what he's doing. We're now getting into the accident sequence of this flight, but before we go into that, I just want to share this short message from my sponsor, who makes it possible for me and my team to create these videos. Suitcase, checked. Toothbrush, checked. During this video. The fact that the aircraft had shot through the centerline gave the crew a couple of extra track miles in order to reduce their altitude down to where they should be. And at time 0207 and 2 seconds, the captain changed over to the open descent mode again, and the aircraft descended down and leveled off at the cleared altitude of 620 meters. The captain activated the approach control mode in order to capture the localizer, and the crew now finished the approach checklist. Half a minute later, the controller again came back to the crew, telling them that the weather had now dramatically deteriorated. The cloud base was now 160 meters, which was less than what they needed in order to start the approach, and he told them to continue tracking the centerline, but to not initiate the descent. It's worth pointing out here that under Russian rule, an approach controller have the ability to stop an aircraft from initiating an approach and even to stop an ongoing approach from continuing if the weather falls below the required criteria. Now, those are Russian rules. Under ICAO rules, most of that is put on the captain. The captain is the one that decides whether or not to continue an approach. And this flight was flown under ICAO rules because it was an international flight, so ICAO rules should have been followed. But that was not the case. Anyway, as the pilots received this weather update, they reacted furiously in the cockpit, started swearing about the controller, even though they were in the middle of the approach checklist at that point. The aircraft had now captured the localizer, and the captain called out, "Let's extend flaps 1, screw him," indicating that he was intending to continue this approach anyway. He then continued to extend flaps 2 and reduced the speed of the aircraft back to minimum maneuver speed. As the flaps were extending, the controller now again contacted the crew and said that the weather had now improved above Cat 1 minima and that they were cleared to continue the approach. He also told them to contact the tower controller in order to get landing clearance, which the crew did. They proceeded with extending the landing gear and activating the glide slope capture mode, and 15 seconds later the mode changed over to glide slope track and the aircraft started descending down the glide slope. The second autopilot was now engaged and the crew extended the flaps to 3 and then to flaps full, which is what they had briefed to do. And at 1525 feet, the aircraft was fully established on the glide slope, descending normally with all checks complete. At this point, this looks like a completely normal approach. The first officer made a small call saying, "Add a bit, it's almost sitting at VLS," and the captain responded by increasing the speed with about 4 knots, showing that the cockpit work at this point is actually working quite well. It's safe to assume that both pilots probably fully expected a landing at this point, or in a worst case scenario, a go-around from the minima. We pilots are always mentally preparing for a go-around, but generally a go-around is something that happens at the very end of the approach as we reach our minima. If we have to execute what we call a non-standard go-around that happens further up on the approach, it's generally a much more complicated maneuver that requires a lot of crew coordination and communication. And the reason for that is that the aircraft might not be in the landing configuration, or we might be much closer to our missed approach altitude, which means that we will have less time to do a proper go-around. Generally, the key to executing a successful non-standard go-around is to take a few seconds and discuss with your colleague what you're going to do. What configuration are you going to use? What altitude are you going to climb to? And only when both of you share a common picture of where you are and what you're going to do you execute the go-around. Normally, there's plenty of time to have this little discussion, because even though air traffic control might tell you to go around, unless there's an aircraft that's actually passing ahead of you on the approach path, you can continue to descend on the glide slope, having this discussion before you execute the go-around. There is time to do that. That's worth remembering for what's happening next. At times 0 to 11 and 40 seconds, the tower controller who had previously given the aircraft landing clearance suddenly comes back onto the frequency saying, "Armavia 967, stop descent. Clouds at 100 meters. Turn right and climb to 600 meters. It's worth noting here that he does not tell them to go around. The aircraft was now at a distance of about 3.8 nautical miles and an altitude of 1,280 feet. Now, the correct go-around procedure that the pilots should have followed in this situation would have been to move the thrust lever forward into the toga position. That would have activated the go-around mode, and then they should have asked for the correct go-around flap, which in this case moving it from full to 3, and then pitch for the go-around. Since the autopilot was engaged here, the autopilot would have then flown the go-around for them. Unfortunately, that is not what happened here. Instead, the first officer read back, turning right, climbing to 600, but instead of activating the toga mode, the captain pressed the PTLO, the push to level off button. This caused the aircraft to immediately stop flying the approach, and instead it leveled off in vertical speed and heading mode. It also caused the second autopilot to disconnect, generating a warning in the cockpit, but the first autopilot remained engaged. The captain now also moved the heading bug to the right onto a heading of 173 degrees, which initiated a 25-degree bank turn towards the right. And curiously, he now also started inputting right rudder, which is something you would do on a smaller aircraft in order to coordinate the turn, but not something you need to do on an aircraft like the Airbus A320. This could be a sign that the captain is now starting to get into a state of mental capacity overload, in which we frequently move back onto procedures that we've learned way back in our experience. The aircraft is now maintaining an altitude of 1,114 feet, with still gear down and full flaps extended, which means that it's now flying with considerable drag. The tower controller comes back in and reminds the crew to turn right and climb to 600 meters, which the first officer reads back. And now, curiously, the captain reaches up and changes the altitude selector from 600 meters, which was already set as part of the preparation for the go-around, to 975 meters or 3,200 feet. And there's no real explanation to why he's doing this. It could be just a reaction to him again being told to climb and the aircraft not climbing. We don't really know that. What we do know is that the thrust levels were now moved not into the toga position but into the climb position. And this activates the open climb mode in the autopilot. And here now comes the next problem. Because of a preset Airbus logic, if the open climb mode is activated and the target altitude set is more than 1,200 feet above the aircraft altitude, the open climb will set a target pitch attitude to reach about 8,000 feet per minute, and the auto thrust will go into the speed Mach mode. The speed drops to 129 knots, which is 8 knots below the selected value, and a warning saying
speed, speed, speed
can be heard in the cockpit. At this point, the autopilot also realizes itself that it cannot do the type of climb rate that it's aiming for with this amount of drag hanging out, and it starts to pitch down in order to preserve the airspeed. But it's very likely that this warning, together with this unexpected reaction from the autopilot, has deeply startled the pilots. So what has actually happened here so far? Well, it looks like the captain reacted to the tower controller's instruction literally, rather than executing a go-around, which was the controller's intention. The reason for that might be fatigue or mental confusion and overload, but the result is that the aircraft is now doing something. It's behaving in a way that the pilots have not seen before, and that's probably just adding to the confusion. The correct pilot response to a speed warning is to add thrust, and this is actually what the pilots now do. They move the thrust levels into the toga position, which finally activates the go-around mode. The only thing that the pilots now have to do is follow the standard go-around procedure. Start reducing flap, taking the gear up, and so on. But unfortunately, that's not what happens. Instead, the remaining autopilot is disconnected manually using the button on the side stick, and now the aircraft is flown manually with only flight director guidance. We don't know why the captain decided to disconnect the autopilot. It might have been in response to the speed warning, where he maybe thought that the aircraft wasn't responding quickly enough, because what he now does is that he pitches forward to about 8 degrees pitch up, and he reduces the bank angle to about 20 degrees. This still means that the aircraft continues to climb in a shallow right-hand turn, but at a slower pace than what the flight director wanted, meaning that the flight directors are now showing a much higher pitch up on his primary flight display. As he's turning, the captain is now also inputting more right rudder, which again goes against his training on the type. And the cockpit voice recorder is indicating that both of the pilots are now experiencing significant levels of higher stress. At time 02:12 and 20 seconds, the altitude selected on the mode control panel is moved down from 3,200 feet to 2,000 feet, following intense discussions in the cockpit. Because the selected altitude has now been moved down, the flight director recognizes this and moves down in order to reduce the climb rate. Now, there is a possibility that that movement of the flight director bar could have been interpreted by the captain as a sudden pitch up. At the same time as that happened, the aircraft climbed through 1,500 feet, and at that point the thrust levels was moved from the toga position into the climb position, as they should at that altitude. This also meant that the selected speed that the autopilot had now moved into the acceleration phase in order to facilitate flap retraction, and the aircraft started accelerating. This acceleration happened at the same time as the aircraft turned more than 90 degrees off the center line, meaning that the aircraft was now pointing out over the sea, moving away from the shoreline and removing all visual outside cues for the captain. And there is a possibility that this loss of external visual cues is a clue to what happened next. You see, the human inner ear is not equipped to distinguish between an acceleration and pitch up without external visual references. This means that an acceleration can be felt as a pitch up and vice versa. This is known as somatogravic illusion, and it's actually what we use in full flight simulators in order to simulate acceleration and deceleration. There is a possibility that the captain, while executing this maneuver, was not properly understanding or monitoring his primary flight display. And the combination of the loss of outside visual cues, the sudden acceleration, and the flight director command bar coming down could have been interpreted as a sudden pitch up. And that's what he reacted to, because the next thing that happens is that the captain starts pitching forward to an initial attitude of 1.4 degrees. This levels the aircraft off, and then he increases the bank angle to about 30 degrees bank to the right. As this is happening, the tower controller hands the aircraft over to the approach controller again, and the first officer reads this back. The aircraft now continues to accelerate in level flight with full climb thrust set, and when the captain realizes this, he tells the first officers to start retracting the flaps. He does so in the middle of a call from the first officer to air traffic control, interrupting that call. The maximum altitude that the aircraft reached during the go-around was about 1,700 feet or 500 meters before the forward inputs that the captain is making is now starting to make the aircraft descend. This is causing a much faster acceleration, meaning that the aircraft speed is soon exceeding the maximum speed for the current flap setting, causing a CRC or a cricket warning to go off in the cockpit, and that warning continues on and off for the remainder of the flight. The first officer continues to try to retract the flaps in order to avoid the overspeed warning, but as he's doing so, the captain just continues to pitch down more and more and increasing the bank angle to the right.
As I'm in the midst of applying for residency right now, wish me luck, Grammarly has again been a lifesaver with my application.
Now, it has been suggested that in the state of confusion and mental overload that the captain was likely in during this situation, he might have been trying to avoid the barber's pole on the speed tape, just like he would with a TCAS warning, where you try to dive below the red warning. Now, we will never know if that was the case or not, but it is a possible reason for the captain continuing to do this pitch down. At time 02:12 and 47 seconds, the first GPWS warning
Pull up
can be heard in the cockpit. That happens almost simultaneously as the first officer calls out level off, but the captain just continues his downward spiral. The first officer now intervenes by giving full left side stick, trying to get the aircraft out of the right-hand turn, but it doesn't seem like he's trying to pull up from the dive. Instead, while putting the side stick into the full left position, he inadvertently actually puts it into a position where he increases the pitch down even further. He does not push the takeover button, which means that with Airbus logic, the inputs of both of the sticks are now being averaged out. The really sad thing here is that the captain actually did try to pitch up twice at this point, possibly in response to the GPWS warning. But since the first officer was now inputting full left side stick on his side with a little bit of forward pressure, the pitch up command from the captain did not get any response from the aircraft. And also the dual input warning, which would have highlighted to the captain that the first officer was also inputting, couldn't be heard because the GPWS warning had a higher priority, thus cancelling out the dual input warning. The speed of the aircraft had now increased well beyond the maximum speed for the current configuration, and the auto throttle had started to try to decrease the thrust in order to reduce the speed as much as possible and protect the aircraft. But here, one of the pilots, we don't know who, reduced the thrust level back to idle and then put it back into the climb position again. That disconnected the auto thrust and meant that the aircraft speed just continued to increase. At the same time, the fact that the captain was giving a right side stick and the first officer was giving left meant that the average of the two now became almost wings level, and the aircraft started to level off from the turn. But the vertical speed, as in the descent rate, was still close to 6,000 feet per minute as the aircraft descended past 900 feet above the sea. During the very last seconds of this flight, a couple of pitch up inputs were recorded on the flight data recorder, but it was too little too late, and at time 02:13 and 3 seconds, the aircraft impacted the Black Sea, immediately killing everyone on board. Later computer simulations showed that the aircraft was recoverable down to an altitude of about 200 feet over the water, provided that the pilots would have inputted the correct control inputs. They also showed that the aircraft in itself functioned exactly as it was designed to do. As soon as air traffic control lost radio and radar contact with the aircraft, they alerted the rescue services. But because the weather was so poor, the rescue helicopter was unable to take off. Instead, it took a few hours before a ship out on the Black Sea could locate the remains of the aircraft that was floating on the surface of the water. The investigation started immediately, and soon the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder was recovered from the crash site. The investigation showed that the poor weather had been the triggering factor for the accident that had led the air traffic controller to issue a non-standard go-around clearance to the crew. This in turn had probably led to a startle event for the crew, where the captain had incorrectly started inputting wrong procedures, which eventually led to the fatal accident. It was also shown that the first officer had not been properly monitoring the situation nor calling out the deviation, and none of the pilots had executed the proper procedures associated with a GPWS warning. The French aviation authorities, the BEA, who are the regulating authorities for Airbus, also came with some additional points to the investigation, showing that the lack of standard operating procedures and proper call-out probably had something to do with the outcome as well. They also pointed a little bit more of a finger towards the air traffic control services in Sochi, and the recommendations that came out of this terrible accident included increase in training for pilots for how to deal with somatogravic illusion, mainly thrust during instrumentation, but also how to deal with a non-standard go-around and a GPWS warning, and how important it is to keep sterile cockpit during critical phases of flight. Now, check out this video next about how an aircrew managed to fly an aircraft for almost 2 hours without properly working flight controls. Check out this playlist if you want to binge more accident videos. Consider becoming part of my lovely Patreon.
Systems, make sure it's good. We're 1,067 miles away. To me, about 2.5 hours. Good, 2 hours 46 minutes. We're at 85 knot crosswind. I have this tracking nose to the left of our path. It's interesting. We're doing 399 knots on the ground speed. Just slow. Very, very slow. Almost halfway there. This is south. I don't think these days it's that high. And then over Romania. Lord, Lord. Beautiful day. Nuts. Alright. Guess we just find something else to watch at this point. Whoa, I just...
A Boeing 767. Boeing
This seems like a pretty good amount of launch. Let's back over to the browser.
A Boeing 737-800 is lining up for their final approach when suddenly the autopilot starts turning the aircraft in the wrong direction. How many technical faults does it take before pilots start distrusting the aircraft, and what happens when they do? Stay tuned. A huge thank you to Brilliant for sponsoring this video. In the morning of the 30th of December 2016, a crew from Royal Air Morocco was getting ready to fly their Boeing 737-800 from Rabat Saleh International Airport in Morocco up towards Paris-Orly Airport in France. The flight crew consisted of a very experienced 47-year-old captain, and he was flying together with a 30-year-old senior first officer, both of them quite experienced on this aircraft type. Together with them was 4 cabin crew members, and the pilots were looking very carefully onto their pre-flight briefing material because they could see that the weather at their destination, Paris-Orly, was not going to be very good. It was forecasted to be fog, even freezing fog with very poor visibility. The way this works is that if you're departing on an IFR flight plan, which commercial flights always are, you need to make sure that the weather at your destination is good enough for you to start an approach with the available minimum approach rate. So in the case of Paris-Orly, that's something called a Category 3 ILS approach. That means that the pilots can go down to as low visibility as 200 meters, and they need to be able to see the runway at about 50 feet height, just as they pass the threshold of the runway. But you also need to be able to go to your alternate. And your alternate airport actually needs better weather than that. So if the alternate airport is also equipped to allow Category 3 ILS approaches, well then you need to have weather good enough to do a Category 1 ILS approach at your alternate. So instead of 200 meters visibility, you now need normally around 550 meters visibility. If there's no Cat 3 available at your alternate, well then you're going to need non-precision approach minima. The rules have been made in this way so that if something would happen to the aircraft with your instrumentation, for example, when you're flying into your destination, you'll still be able to divert and do a successful approach into your alternate because the weather is supposed to be better there. You can also depart towards your destination if the weather is worse than your best available approach there, but in that case you need to carry enough fuel to be able to bring you to 2 good alternates where the weather is better than the second best approach rate. But on this morning, the crew saw that the weather was going to be good enough to fly a Category 3 ILS approach in Paris-Orly, and that the weather in Lyon was a bit marginal, but it was still better than Category 1, which means that they legally had the weather needed in order to go towards Paris. But because the weather was a little bit marginal, the captain decided to uplift 1 ton more than the minimum required fuel. This would enable him to go in and wait in a holding, for example, in case there were queues coming into Orly, or if they encountered some other problem, they would just have a little bit more time. The pilots then continued through their briefing pack and they looked at their NOTAMs. NOTAMs is a list of items that might not be working properly en route, for example, navigational aids, or at the airport of arrival, or at the alternate. So you have to go through that list fairly carefully because there might be things in there that precludes you from flying, for example, a Cat 3 ILS. But they couldn't find anything of interest, so they proceeded to brief the cabin crew, and then they walked out to the aircraft. While they were walking out to the aircraft, they decided that the captain was going to be pilot flying for this first flight. When they got into the cockpit, the captain took up the aircraft technical logbook. Checking the technical logbook is really, really important as well, because there might be things in there that precludes you from flying certain procedures, for example a Category 3 ILS, because it needs the aircraft to have certain systems functioning. The captain looked through the hold item list, which is where all of the current defects of the aircraft is listed, but there was nothing there. According to the tech log, the aircraft was perfectly fine. Now, what the captain didn't know was that this particular aircraft actually had quite a lot of problems during the 6-month before this flight. Specifically, it had problems with the left side Air Data Inertial Reference Unit, it's ADIRU. Now, the 737-800 has two ADIRUs, okay? And what they do is they basically gather all of the information from all of the different probes outside of the aircraft, like the pitot-static tube, the static probe, temperature probes, alpha vanes, things like that. But also, it combines this information together with information from its IRS units, its Inertial Reference System.
Do not buy solar panels. If you live in one of these 11 states of America, it's the worst decision you could make.
The Inertial Reference System is basically a set of 3 laser gyros and 3 accelerometers that continuously update information about the position of the aircraft. It gives information like heading, track, ground speeds, attitude, things like this. And it feeds this into the ADIRU, and the ADIRU takes this information, combines it with all of the other information, and then brings that into the flight control computer on that side. So there are 2 ADIRUs, there are 2 flight control computers, and they are connected to each of the screens normally, together with the flight directors and the autopilots. So this information is really important. And if there's something wrong with the information that's coming from the ADIRU, well then that information might be erroneously fed to the flight control computers that then controls the autopilot and the flight directors, which are showing the pilot how they're supposed to be flying the aircraft. The left ADIRU, the one on the captain's side, had actually been replaced twice during the last 6 months because it had been sending faulty information and the pilots had been receiving fault messages during flight. But after each time this happened, the problems couldn't be reproduced on the ground when the maintenance organization dealt with it, so they were intermittent. The maintenance crew had received the aircraft with these problems reported by the pilots. They had, in some cases, exchanged the ADIRU. On other occasions, they couldn't reproduce the fault, so they would just check through what the fault this was, try to isolate it. Since it couldn't be isolated, it would have been cleared, the system would have tested, it would work fine, and then the aircraft was released again. There was also another problem that this aircraft had, and that was an intermittent issue with the connection between the right radio altimeter and the flight control computer. And again, this was an intermittent fault. So it had been reported on one flight, and then it would work perfectly for 5 flights, and then it would come back again. And the maintenance organization had again replaced part of this system, but never really been able to identify where the problem was. And since there was no current faults on any of these systems, the maintenance organization had let the aircraft out, and according to them, it was clear of faults. So there was nothing written in the tech log, and there was no way really for the captain to know that this aircraft had this history unless he would have gone very, very far back to look at all of the faults that happened during the last 6 months, which you can't really expect him to do. And even if he would have done that, since all of the problems would have been rectified by maintenance, there was no reason for them to believe that any of this persisted. So the pilots completed their pre-flight preparation, they boarded their 149 passengers, they pushed back and started taxiing out for takeoff. At time 0746, Royal Air Maroc flight 780 Sierra took off from runway 03 in Rabat. The captain brought the landing gear up and engaged Command A just per normal, and then continued the normal climb up towards Paris-Orly. About 1 hour into the flight, the first sign of a problem appeared to the crew. And this came in the form of a control display unit message saying IRS left drift. The crew didn't really recognize this message. They hadn't seen it before, and they started taking up their manuals, looking for what this message actually meant, but they couldn't find any kind of reference to the message. Later on, it turned out that the reason they didn't have any information about this was because Royal Air Maroc had received a service bulletin from Boeing saying that they needed to update their software for their FMCs. And they had done so. They had updated to the newest software, but they had failed to tell Boeing that they had complied with the service bulletin. And because of that, Boeing hadn't sent the new information about all of the updated messaging back towards Royal Air Maroc. So the crew was looking for this message, they couldn't find it, but they kind of had an idea what it was, so they went into a separate sub-menu inside of the flight management computer, And they looked at the position and the speed of each IRS, and they found out that the left IRS was in a significantly different position than the right IRS, and the speed was also different. So this made them believe that, okay, we have potentially an issue with the left IRS. But they also noticed that it looked like the IRS position and speed started converging with the right IRS. So this led them to believe that the system was actually correcting itself. So they left it behind, they couldn't find any more information anyway, and they started concentrating on getting weather for Paris-Orly because they were now getting closer to the destination. As expected, the weather in Paris-Orly was not good. The visibility was varying between 400 to 450 meters with light wind from a variable direction and a temperature of -2 degrees. So the captain started setting up and preparing for a Category 3 ILS approach, just that they had planned with on their briefing stage. Now, when we fly a Category 3 ILS approach, the procedures are a little bit different than a normal approach. And that's because a Category 3 ILS approach is flown like an autoland, which means the aircraft is going to land by itself. In order for the aircraft to be able to do so, we need to engage both autopilots in command, and we can only do so after we have been cleared for the approach and we've armed the approach mode on the autopilot. So the captain briefed this, they set their minimus independently on each side to 50 feet radio, and after the briefing was completed, they requested descent and they started descending in towards Paris. During the descent, the crew got a second warning on their FMC CDU. This time it said verify position IRS. This warning they did have some guidance for, but since they were in the descent and they had already looked at the IRS issue since before, they assumed that this problem is the same as before. We already checked it, it was sorting itself out, so they didn't pay any more attention to it. Instead, the crew continued to descend. They changed frequency to the approach controller for Paris-Orly approach, and at time 10:09, Royal Air Maroc Flight 780 was cleared to descend to 5,000 feet and turn slightly left to intercept the localizer for runway 06 for a Category 3 ILS approach. When the aircraft intercepted the localizer, it started turning slightly left and right on the localizer. The approach controller saw this happening and he queried the crew as to, are you sure that you are established on the localizer? But he didn't get any response back from the crew, and it's possible that that was because the crew at this point was trying to engage the second autopilot in command. But they hadn't yet been cleared for approach, which means the approach mode wasn't armed, so they couldn't do this. So every time that they switched on Command B, that disengaged Command A, and they did this a couple of times. At time 10, 13 and 38 seconds, the approach controller again called the crew and asked them to confirm that they were established on the localizer. The crew responded this time and said that they were, and the approach controller handed them over to the tower, but he didn't clear them for approach. So the pilots called up the tower controller, told him that they were established on the localizer, and asked if they were clear for approach. The tower controller said, negative, you're not, call me back when I'm 5 miles final, which is a little bit weird because in order for the crew to call him at 5 miles final, they obviously needed to follow the ILS approach. So the crew responded to this by asking if they could descend further to 4,000 feet, and that prompted the tower controller to then finally clear them for approach. And when the crew got cleared for approach, the captain engaged approach mode, and this time when he engaged Command B, it worked. So now both autopilots were armed for the autoland. But remember how this aircraft had issues with the connection between the radio altimeter and the flight control computer on the right side? Now that same problem came back again, and because the flight control computer on the right hand side couldn't verify that the information that it was getting from its radio altimeter was correct, it now disengaged Command B. So as soon as the captain had engaged Command B, it disconnected again. The captain then tries to engage autopilot B a second time. Once again it doesn't work, but the switchover actually causes autopilot A to disconnect. So now the captain has to re-engage autopilot A again, and they realize that something is wrong with the autopilot system. They cannot get the second autopilot to engage, which means that they cannot fly the Category 3 ILS. Now, there's no indication of any problem on the first officer side. There's no radio altimeter flag or anything like this, but they have to discontinue the approach. This happens at 3,250 feet, but the missed approach altitude in Paris-Orly is only 2,000 feet. So this means that they're now above their missed approach altitude. When the crew tells the tower controller that they are unable to continue the Category 3 ILS approach, the tower controller only tells them to level off at 2,000 feet, follow the missed approach procedure, and then to state their intentions. When the crew does this, they clean up the aircraft, they immediately realize that the weather is too poor to do another approach into Paris Orly. Instead, they have to divert. But luckily, like we discussed earlier, they know that the weather, albeit being a little bit marginal, is still better in Lyon. So they will be able to fly a Category 1 ILS approach there. So at this point, the workload for the pilots is really starting to pick up. They've had a minor issue with the IRS system on the left-hand side, but then they couldn't engage the autopilot on the right-hand side, which doesn't seem to have anything to do with that malfunction. Then they had to do a non-standard missed approach, and now they're in the middle of a diversion, which always comes with more workload, where the pilot needs to talk to the cabin crew, prepare them, they need to liaise with the company to see what to potentially do with the passengers after the diversion, and they also have to start to have a real close look at their fuel state. But things are about to get much, much worse for these pilots, and I'll tell you all about that after this short message from my sponsor, who makes it possible for me to make these kind of videos. Reading text or watching video can be a really great way to learn the basics of a subject, but if you're like me, and I guess that you are, in order to really learn something, you need some hands-on practice. You need to really use the knowledge in order for it to get in here. And this is where the sponsor of today's video, Brilliant, is such a brilliant tool. Because Brilliant is an online interactive STEM learning platform that helps you to get a much deeper understanding of the concepts in maths, science and computer science by taking you through the subjects piece by piece in a really hands-on way. And as an educator myself, I really love how Brilliant is doing this, and I really enjoy using it. If this sounds good to you, well then go down, click on the link below, which is brilliant.org/mentorpilot. It will give you a free 7-day trial where you can check it out. And if you like it, it will give you a further whopping 20% off the premium deal. So go down, click the link and start learning today. During their diversion towards Lyon, the aircraft is now climbing up to the most economic flight level for the diversion. And as they're doing so, the captain is trying to tune a VOR navigate for Lyon. This is a ground-based navigate that they can use to see what direction the airport is at and the distance. But as he's tuning in the frequency, he doesn't seem to be able to get it identified. So instead he takes the identifier for the VOR, which is Lima Sierra Echo, and he puts that into FMC, and when he does so, the FMC tells him that that navigate is more than 3,000 nautical miles away. And the captain cannot understand why that is, and this is now starting to really sow some doubts in his mind about the navigational status of his aircraft. The reason that this is actually happening is because the Lima Sierra Yankee VOR was actually notamed to be inoperative and was replaced by a temporary navigate with a different code, but this NOTAM was not in the normal section for the destination and alternate, it was in the en route section, so neither the captain nor the first officer had picked that up. Anyway, as they're now getting closer towards their alternate Lyon, the captain is starting to set up for the Category 1 ILS approach into runway 35 right, and a part of the setup is to calculate the landing distance and also set the auto brake they want for the landing. Captain selects the auto brake setting, but when he does so, he gets an auto brake disarm light, showing that the auto brakes does not seem to work. They take up the QRH non-normal checklist, go through it, he tries to reset it again, it doesn't work, so he sets it to off. They need to use manual braking, which is not a big deal, but you can start to see here now that there are many different systems that seems to not be connected to each other that are failing. In fact, the auto brake system is using information from the left ADIRU, and because it's not getting correct information, it is now not arming, but the captain has not made that connection yet. At time 10, 44 and 43 seconds, the crew is handed over to the Lyon approach controller. This controller tells them to start their descent initially to flight level 90 and then to descend to 3,000 feet for radar vectors in for the ILS approach for runway 35 right in Lyon. 2 minutes later, he tells the crew to turn left onto a heading of 020 degrees, and on this heading they are cleared for the full ILS approach runway 35 right. As the aircraft is now turning left, the captain reaches over and he engages the Vorlock mode on the autopilot. In this mode, the autopilot will capture the localizer signal first of all. The captain then intends to arm the full approach mode so that he can capture the glide slope and start descending down.
Reaper, what's up, man?
They also start to extend flaps 1, flaps 5, and slow the aircraft down. As the aircraft is getting closer to the localizer, the approach controller hands the aircraft over to the Lyon tower controller. But before the pilots have a chance to call the tower controller, the localizer is captured, and the pilots are expecting the aircraft to make a left-hand turn to align itself to runway 35 right, but here something else happens. Remember the small fault that has been creeping into the left IRS system? But now that fault is starting to affect the ADIRU on the left-hand side, which sends signals to the flight control computer that's controlling the autopilot. And instead of the aircraft turning left to intercept the localizer, it now starts banking 30 degrees to the right instead, and starts turning onto a heading of 070 degrees, which is almost perpendicular to the intended course. Initially, the pilots don't do anything, they're just monitoring the system. The captain thinks that they have captured the wrong localizer, which further makes him doubt the information that he's seeing in front of him on his navigation display. The autopilot then starts realizing its mistakes and starts turning towards the left, but soon it becomes apparent to the flight control computer on the left-hand side that it's being fed erroneous information, and it disconnects the autopilot, leaving the captain to hand fly the aircraft once again. But the aircraft is now 1.6 nautical miles away from the center line, paralleling the center line down. The first officer now contacts the Lyon tower controller, but as they're doing so, they're on 9 miles final, they're 1.6 miles to the east of the center line, and the captain realizes that he will not be able to stabilize this approach. So once again, the crew tells the controller that they need to go around. The tower controller reads this back and tells the crew that from his perspective, it doesn't seem that they are even close to the localizer signal, and this just reinforces the crew's perception that something is very wrong with their navigational system. They initiate the go-around and they're supposed to climb to 5,000 feet. The captain is still hand flying, and he flies through the 5,000 feet missed approach altitude and continues up to 5,600 feet, where he engages the command B, and that initiates a slight descent back to 5,000 feet. The crew is told to go back onto the Lyon approach controller frequency, and the approach controller gives the crew a vector down towards the south to start preparing for another approach. But now things are about to get really hairy, because as the aircraft finalizes its turn, a limit value is exceeded inside of the left ADIRU.
When you shop at Walmart, you get it. You spend a little less, and you can carry a whole lot more.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
This causes an IRS fault warning to appear on the IRS panel. It also causes a master caution warning for the pilots, and it disconnects the autopilot, removes the flight directors on the left-hand side, and the pitch, roll, and heading information for the captain. The captain continues to hand fly the aircraft, and there is an IRS fault non-hold checklist to be done. But now the workload has gotten so high for this crew that the captain, instead of calling for that checklist, just does one of the items that he remembers from memory, which is he puts the IRS transfer switch from normal to both on right. That action forms a part of the checklist. However, there are many other important things inside of the checklist as well. For example, it tells the crew to not use the autopilot for the approach. But the captain feels that now they have done a diversion and another go-around. They're running low on fuel. He needs to hurry things up. He needs to get this aircraft down on the ground, and he does not understand why all of these systems are malfunctioning for him. As this is happening, the captain is still hand flying the aircraft, but with very limited instrumentation until he switches over the IRSs to both on right. And since he's doing this by memory, he's not paying much attention to the limited instrumentation that he has, which means he has missed that he's climbed the aircraft from 5,000 feet up to 6,500 feet. When he realizes this, he reaches over and he engages the command B. He also engages the auto throttle, and the aircraft once again descends back to 5,000 feet. The pilots are now starting to discuss how to proceed with this flight, if they are going to go for a second approach into Lyon or if they're going to divert further down to Marseille. They took some weather for Marseille during their flight in towards Paris, but that was a long time ago now, and they are not sure that the weather is still good in Marseille. They go into their ACAR system, which stands for Aircraft Communication Address and Reporting System, but they only get a message of ACAR's NOCOM, which means that ACARS is not receiving any information. So, based on the fact that they don't know
what the
weather is like
in
in Marseille, they take the decision to do another approach into Lyon. But they have this perceived time pressure. They haven't actually looked too closely on how much fuel they actually have available. And if they would have done so, they would have recognized that that extra ton that they carried from Rabat is actually helping them quite a lot here. It will enable them to hold for almost 20 minutes before they can do that next approach into Lyon. They will still land
I'm
more
alright,
than
I've been
the
up since
final
7.
fuel. And those 20
I
minutes
haven't
they
really
could have
been doing
used
anything but
to
trying to get through this 5-hour
systematically
flight.
go through the
Uneventful.
checklist of the IRS fault, for example, which would have given them better guidance and a better foundation to stand on for
Pokemon
the next
Blue.
approach. But that doesn't
You
happen.
got to
Instead,
five.
the crew is now
No
preparing
wonder.
to do a fast second approach in towards
You're just
Lyon.
waking up.
And from the communications that is happening from now on, there's a clear sound in their voices that they're starting to be really, really stressed about the situation. And I kind of understand that as well. Because not only are these guys dealing with the time pressure and that the fact that they've done 2 go-arounds in marginal weather, they're also doubting their systems. They're doubting whether or not what they see in front of them is actually accurate. And they don't really understand why all of these failures keep happening. So the workload must have been tremendous at this point, and it's going to start to affect their crew resource management from this point onwards. The fact that the captain switched the IRS mode selector over to both on right has restored the instrumentation on both primary flight displays. But the captain still takes the decision that it's probably better for the first officer to be pilot flying, since the instrumentation seems to be working better on his side. So he hands over the controls to the first officer and he takes on the radio. He now also calls up the Lyon approach controller and tells him that they're having issues with their position. This is the first time that any of the controllers have been told the kind of technical problems that the crew is facing. The approach controller acknowledges this and gives him a right turn vector onto heading of 355 degrees to intercept the localizer again from runway 35 right. As the aircraft is turning onto this heading, suddenly the yaw damper stops working. Now that would also probably have felt like a really random fault for this crew. I mean, it doesn't seem to be connected to any of the other technical malfunctions they're experiencing. But in fact, this is a feature of the Boeing 737. If they are flying with the autopilot engaged with an IRS fault, the yaw damper is designed to trip off 30 seconds after the autopilot is engaged to make sure that any faulty signals that are being sent from the IRSs doesn't cause also the yaw damper to start turning the aircraft the wrong way. But of course, this is very, very deep technical knowledge, and it's very unlikely that the crew, being under such extreme workload as they are at that point,
So
would
Pokemon
be
Blue
able to
Catch 'em
remember
all
something
is
like that.
completely
The crew
different
does
than
not carry
Pokemon
out
Blue that
the
was on the
accurate
Game Boy
checklist
back in the day.
associated with the yaw damper failure because
That's
they're
what I
now
thought you were talking
intercepting the
about
localizer.
originally.
When the aircraft intercepts the glide slope, once again the faulty connection between the radio altimeter on the right hand side and the flight control computer disrupts signals to the autopilot B. In this case, it disconnects the autopilot B and it also removes the flight directors from both pilots. This means that
Okay.
from this point
That's what I was
onwards,
thinking.
the crew is
Alright.
going to have
Makes
to
sense.
hand fly a raw data ILS approach. And I just want to make this clear that we do practice hand flying raw data approaches in the simulator. It's actually a really, really good crew resource management exercise because the workload will increase tremendously on the pilot flying. The pilot flying now needs to anticipate thrust level movements because every time that you add thrust, the aircraft's going to pitch up a little bit. When you take it off, it's going to pitch down. Same goes for when you're changing configuration. And you are required to increase your instrument scan speed enormously. Because if you are focusing too much on, for example, maintaining the localizer, then you're likely going to lose the glide slope. And if you then focus too much on the glide slope, you might lose the speed. When you have the flight director takes care of most of this. You don't need to scan that quickly. But this also means that you have to time, for example, when you do your landing checklist to make sure that the pilot flying is not correcting while you're starting the checklist so that he or she cannot follow and check the checklist properly. But of course, in this case, the crew is already under a tremendous amount of workload and they haven't pre-briefed this and they haven't mentally prepared for it. So as this is happening and the first officer is pilot flying, he just hands over the controls to the captain. Remember, this happens just as the aircraft intercepts the glide slope, so the aircraft are going to need to push down immediately in order to follow the glide slope down. The captain does this, but he overdoes it a little bit. He increases the vertical speed too much and he starts to go below the glide slope. At time 11:08 and 38 seconds, the captain calls up the approach controller and tells him that he's continuing the approach manually. This doesn't make any sense to the approach controller, so he calls him up and asks to confirm that you have the runway in sight, to which the captain responds negative. So the captain is now both handling the radio and hand flying.
It came out like this,
aircraft,
right?
And
Red,
it's likely
blue,
that it's doing so because
then
this all
yellow,
happened so quickly. They didn't have time to formally hand over
then
the radio
green,
to the first officer.
Isn't it green, blue, and red? Fire red? I don't even remember.
All you have to do is point.
My first one was red. Yeah. Nope. Okay.
From this point onwards, the next calls that's coming from the captain to air traffic control are done in French, which is the captain's
Man, we ain't in
native tongue.
Japan.
This is another sign of potential overload for the
I'm
captain,
talking about
because
here.
up until this point he's been doing everything in English, but now he's reverting back to French. The captain asks the approach
red and
controller
blue.
to please confirm that they're on the correct localizer, once again
the
indicating
yellow
that
after?
he doesn't really trust the instrumentation that he have in front of him. The approach controller responds that he cannot confirm to them that they have the correct glide and localizer captured, but that it looks good from his point of view. The approach controller now tells the crew to switch over to the Lyon Tower frequency, and at this point the first officer takes over the radio and switches over. They select gear down, and as they pass 950 feet, they are 2 dots low on the glide slope, and a GPWS glide slope warning is issued. This coincides with a minimum safe altitude warning at the approach controller station, but of course he has handed the crew over to the tower controller, so he cannot warn them. The first officer now gets into contact with the tower, and the approach is continuing well outside of the stabilized approach criteria. They are still more than 1.5 dot low, and they're now starting to deviate left of the center line as well. The tower controller can see this, and he asks the crew if they are visual with the runway, and they respond negative.
And then maybe
The ground
Crystal
proximity
came out
warning
after
system
that.
continues to issue glide slope warning, and it
Crystal.
also gives out a sink rate warning when the descent
Diamond.
rate goes over 2,250 feet per minute. At
crash, by the
560 feet above ground, the aircraft is at 162 knots and the speed is increasing. They are 1.4 dots below the glide slope, and the first officer now calls up the tower and says, we are go around Air Maroc. As he's calling this, the aircraft comes out below the clouds and the pilots can start seeing the runway. They realize that they are in between runway 35 right and 35 left, and that they are very, very low. The captain decides to continue the approach and sidestep to the right in order to align himself with the localizer for runway 35 right. At 400 feet, they're still not in landing configuration, and they have a speed of 178 knots as they continue the approach. The first officer now contacts the tower again and tells them that actually we are going to continue the approach. At 240 feet, they receive a too low terrain warning from the EGPWS. The tower calls them up and asks them confirm that you have the runway in sight, to which the crew responds affirmative. They continue the approach, and as they descend through 180 feet, they're still 1 kilometer short of runway 35 right. They get more too low terrain warnings, but they continue in towards the landing anyway. The crew is now clear to land, and as they pass 80 feet, they select flaps 40 for the landing. 10 seconds later, the aircraft touches down on runway 35 right. They touch down about 150 meters
Okay, so they
beyond
didn't crash.
the
That's
landing
good.
touchdown zone, and at a
Like,
speed
man,
of
people be crashing for no
159
reason.
knots.
Pay
They decelerate
attention.
normally and vacate the runway without any further incidents. Once they pull up on stand, they disembark the passengers, and the captain gets into contact with the company. He tells them about all of the different technical malfunctions that they have had. He also put it into the tech log. But he doesn't tell them anything about the non-stabilized approach and the numerous GPWS warnings they received. And because of this, they did not pull the cockpit voice recorder circuit breaker, which means that the voice recordings were not saved for the subsequent investigation. All of the things that you've heard here comes from the investigation, which is based on the interviews that they did with the flight crew, the air traffic controllers, and the flight data recorder, which they did have access to. So how come this happened in the first place then? And how come that the captain decided to continue a clearly non-stabilized approach? Well, the air incident investigation team went through all of the data they had, and they found out that there were some poor practices when it came to reporting technical defects into the technical logbook in Royal Air Maroc. This in turn led to the maintenance department not being able to follow the correct fault isolation techniques that they needed to do, and that allowed these two separate malfunctions to be carried on to the incident flight. Those two malfunctions then interfered with the autopilot system, the flight director system, the yaw damper, the auto brake system in a way that created a lot of mistrust between the crew and the aircraft. This then, together with the perceived time pressure,
Oh, I forgot
degraded
about
the
gold
crew
and
resource
silver,
management inside of the flight deck to
crystal,
the point
ruby,
where the
sapphire,
captain just
emerald,
wanted to get
leaf
the
green,
aircraft down to the
fire,
ground. And that's what he said to the investigators,
and
that
you
once he saw the runway, he heard that the first officer was calling for a go-around.
with all
but
those
he
different
said, "I don't
Pokemon,
want to
man,
continue flying
why
this
I
aircraft
can't
with
even
failures
play.
anymore.
It's
See
way
the
too
runway
many
up there,
games,
I'm
man.
just going to put it down on the ground."
It was a
get
great
it to an
concept in
engineer.
the beginning,
The
and
really
they just
incredible
stretched
thing
it
here
and
is that after
stretched
this
it.
had happened, Royal Air Maroc called in a line
Crazy.
maintenance engineer.
Talking about
that went
900
out
something
to try
Pokemon.
to
That's
deal with the aircraft.
crazy.
But once again, he couldn't reproduce the faults once the aircraft was started up and checked on the ground. So it ended up with the same pilots flying the same aircraft on the same day.
Think about Power Rangers.
Paris Orly.
Power
again,
Rangers still going?
Picked up the passengers, and then they flew the aircraft down to Marrakesh.
Let's
And
look
on
that up
approach
real quick.
into
Power
Marrakesh, the
Rangers.
first officer was pilot flying. Once again, the autopilot disconnected. There were several recommendations that came out of this investigation. A few of them were aimed at Boeing for letting an IRS fault like this affect the flight control computers in a way that the aircraft could start turning away from the intended flight path. But there was also feedback to Royal Air Maroc on the way that the captains wrote
Power
down
Rangers Dino
issues in the
Fury.
technical logbook.
What kind of
needed to be
nonsense?
more
They already
exact
they
and to
started with
cover all of the
dinosaurs. How are we
different
back
faults
to
that they had
dinosaurs
experienced.
again?
There was also feedback on how the crew had handled the technical malfunction management and the use of QRA checklist. And the two pilots were issued with some ground school training and also 2 4-hour simulator sessions, which was
that like an old
focused
one? Hold on.
issues with the IRS systems and how to fly raw data approaches manually. Now, if you want to continue binge watching air accidents and incidents, then check out this video up here. I hope that you have seen and subscribed to my new channel, Mentor Now, where I do more technical content about aviation. If you want to support the channel, consider becoming part of my Patreon crew. It's hugely appreciated. Have an absolutely fantastic day, and I'll see you next.
See, that's too much for me, man. When you take a basic concept, I'm not saying you can't grow that basic concept that you started with into something bigger. That's not my issue, but they tend to always go way overboard. Like, how the hell you go from I've had crystal, heart gold, black, or heart gold, black 2, alpha sapphire. Like, what's the difference between sapphire and alpha sapphire? Ah, man. Pokemon Sun and Moon. I mean, it's like they're running out of things, and half of these Pokemon look like reboots of older ones. I'm like, let me look into something here. 9 Pokemon games? Is that what we're talking about? So from the original, they had 9 remakes, correct? Plane check. 712 miles, that's gonna equate to about 2 hours. Alright. Getting a little choppy here. Killed 3 games in 24 hours. So I need to know, you're talking about 9 remakes since the original Red and Blue, correct? Said no, 4 remakes, others are main gen. But it shouldn't matter. The core is Red and Blue. That's where we started at. So every other instance that's been added to that list necessarily doesn't have to be a remake. It can be a reboot. But you're still adding shit to it in some way, shape, or form. So like if you created a web, call it a web diagram? Yeah, web diagram. See how the game had branched out since the very beginning. It's crazy. The easiest way I can look at it is saying, if you as a human being had 9 kids, is that okay? Or maybe that might not be right. I don't know, man. But it's still Pokemon. That's like saying, oh, it's brand new, it's different because you get a new map. No, it's still the same concept. That just to make more money off of it, you decided no, it's not, because the modern day man can't support 9 kids. So no, it's not okay to have as many kids as you want. On the contrary, but Pokemon itself has been stretched to the point where new map, new mon, new tricks, but it's the same concept. It gets boring after a while. Now their saving grace is that we have children, and our children see these things and it's new to them and it picks up. But for me to be as old as I am, yeah, that's fine. I have 2 biologicals. I would never have 5 biologicals. So let's be clear there, okay? So my 2 biologicals are totally manageable by my standards. Now with me and my wife, 5 is doable. But to have 5 children on my own, being a single parent, hell no. Unless I was making a lot of money. And that's me being realistic. I don't know what your coworker situation is, but Yeah, I'm saying one child is definitely doable. You have to like be doing next to nothing to not be able to take care of one child. One child is doable. He's married with 6, so he should be having help, I would assume. Now, I don't know anybody's situation. So, in my situation, 5's doable, so I can assume 6 should be doable in a situation where you have help. 2, for one person, it's doable, but you should be making notable sacrifices. That's how it was for me. I noticed I can do 2 by myself, but there were things that needed to be sacrificed, for sure. 3, you're making major sacrifices, like Lord help you. So spread out 2. I don't know if I could do spread out kids. They need to, like, my oldest is 11. Today's her birthday, actually. My oldest is 11, and my youngest is 5. So it's just a matter of, you know, that in that time crunch. I was just talking to her earlier. Yeah, man, I can't. Wife hints at having a, another one because she wants a boy, and I'm like, if it happens, it happens. I'm not trying to make it happen, but you know, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. That's a lot. Five and 5 girls, man. Can't go wrong. I know how girls work at this point. I don't need no more. I mean, statistically, I don't know. I've only had 2 children, but I mean, I'm 100% for girls, so 2 out of 2, that's 100%. So you are right. You are very right. Fourth one? Woo! Woo! Oh, man. I'd be looking crazy trying to have a boy. Like, hey, I was actively trying to have a boy. I mean, I think the only situation that would be good for me is if I, like, hit the lottery or something, or came in on a decent amount of money. Because, I mean, at that point, no matter what changes happens, you can adapt to it. And, you know, like right now with the girls, everything, I can hand stuff down from one to the other. You know, they don't have to separate rooms just yet. They're coming to that point where the older girls probably should be in their own separate room or whatever, you know what I mean? So they have their own separate room, but they still go and sleep in each other's rooms, so it's not that bad. When you have a boy, maybe at like 5, bro, you gotta go. Your sisters need their privacy, you need your privacy. So, yeah, that's a game changer right there. Under review, I don't know. Who's who? What's saying it's under review? I can fix that right now. I don't know. I just added you to the mod list. I have no clue. Woo! That's funny. Maybe it thought the neons were a person, and putting a person down is morally incorrect. That's funny. That's some good shit. That's some good shit though. Woo, that was a good laugh. So you might want to reword, well, not anymore, I guess. Mods can say whatever they want, right? Can you send me a screenshot of where it said your stuff was under review? I want to see. That's weird. That is really weird. Or maybe I could see it from my OBS. I'm just not paying attention to that at all. Oh, yeah. It says sex-based terms. What? The word put. You're not allowed to say put, man. I'm sorry. Swear to God. If it held a message for reasons, sex-based terms would have to put, highlighted in red, the neons down. That's funny. That's some good shit right there. So it added it permitted the term put, but then it expires in 1 hour. That is weird. How do you change that? That would be a Twitch thing, right? 'Cause it says auto mod. Okay. Maybe I should just turn auto mod off. Profanity is off. Yeah, I'm gonna turn everything off for now. Ain't no reason. Right. So yeah, I just turned everything off. That was funny though. You're not allowed to put anything anywhere. Better watch where you're putting shit, man. Talking to you. See you. Uh. Chat bot. I don't know what I'm doing. You should be good now, man. That's funny still, nonetheless. I'm like, yes and no. I've been in and out. I've been playing videos. It said 5 hours long, dude. Yep. The long one. Pretty good. I really like Wonder Woman. I like her a lot better than Garnet because her movements are a lot more faster. She feels more like how Dragon Ball fighters feel than everything with Garnet is like a little delayed, not because the buttons, but her swings take longer to come out, and that's just not the type of fighter that I need. So yeah, I only stayed on for like an hour and 10 minutes. I still haven't bought Gizmo. He's 2,000 coins. I have like 9,000. I refuse to buy anybody. I don't know why. Today, um, kid's birthday. I think she's going bowling. Outside of that, I don't know. Why, you're trying to pop some balloons? That sounds horrible. murder balloons. Yeah, it's been a while since I played. I'm definitely down. I just gotta figure out a time. When you say this evening, like what time? So I can kind of shoot for a number. Oh, 9 or 10? Yeah, we're good. Yeah, we should be good for then. I know one of my friends is probably going to try to get me to play Fortnite. But I'll try and play Fortnite a little bit earlier. She usually messages me. It's the Sonic show. Let me see. Is that a little better? Sonic show, the Kirby, and the Sonic face. Yeah, they're just sitting up there so my kids don't touch them. The first thing they do is try to pull the tags off of my no, pulling the tags off of my dang pillows. Thor was a good movie. I liked it. I liked the two, what were they, goats, rams, whatever the hell they were. You're touching my damn tags. But yeah. Marvel, I feel like, they were goats, okay. I feel like Marvel is starting to run out of ideas too. They're starting to stretch a little bit too far as well. It's like let it do good and let it rest in peace so we all have very wonderful memories. Same way they kind of did Avengers. Avengers had a good run. I bet you they bring them back. Too quickly? I don't know. I feel like their movies are spaced out decently. There's just so many different, I don't want to say timelines, so many storylines. You got damn near every character, main character, has their own single story. Then you think about the series, Wanda, and And what's the other guy? Exactly. So there's a lot of stuff that's just going on, and then they try to tie each story into the main story, and it's like, fuck, just let it go. It's great now. Right now they're still in a safe space, but you can tell when it's starting to stretch a little bit. Like, come on, man, let it. Like, I'm not even gonna watch She-Hulk. I didn't want to watch Ant-Man. Thank God Ant-Man was a good movie. I did not want to, like, I stayed away from Ant-Man for so long, because I'm like, why do they have an Ant-Man? Why? But it turned out to be okay. So I watched Ant-Man 1, was wowed, then went with Ant-Man 2. I agree. I'm not doing She-Hulk, though. I refuse. Nothing against the ladies, but nope, I'm not doing it. One was better than 2 in my opinion, but 2 was okay. There better not be a 3. I guarantee if there's a 3, then I'm not watching it. Because 2 was like, alright, it was okay, but yeah, we can tell that we gave everything we had for this story in 1. But 2 is still okay. I didn't even like the Hulk for real. Now I think about it, I didn't. Why would I watch She-Hulk? Go. Crazy. I like your funny words, Magic Man. Did Thor say that? What we're getting is like a 16th of... Just crazy, man. Like, I don't need to know the whole entire Marvel universe. Yes, sir. Just give me my comic, what I seen and learned in the comic books. That's good enough. This is too much. Clicking on the link now.
I like your funny words, Magic Man.
I can hear him saying that though. Dead ass. I like your words, Magic Man. Daredevil? Yeah. It's crazy. I watched Rush the other day for the first time. Like, dang. I can't unsee Thor. Like, I can't take him serious in this role because all I see is Thor. Yes, I can. No, Rush, with, what was his name? Nicky Lauda? Nicky Lauda? The race car driver?
Am I glad he's frozen in there and that we're out here and that he's the sheriff and that we're frozen out here and that we're in there and I just remembered we're out here. What I want to know is where's the caveman?
Oh shit, he was fried. But I want to know, where's the caveman? Ooh, I see the top of descent, which means that's a half an hour away. We probably got like, I want to say an hour and 15 minutes? Hour and 21 minutes. Dang, I was close. That was a good guess. That was a really good guess. Rush is a good movie. If you have time, go watch it. It is a good movie. Woke politics. That's the world, man. The world is this in this woke state. There's so much information, we can't handle it, so we just swear we know it all and we don't. Did I even? Whoa. I understand, man. But what can we do? I was watching, my goddaughter had asked me to watch Roblox videos, right? The kid ones. And I'm like, okay. I put on the Roblox video. Mind you, when I let the kids watch what they watch on YouTube, it's not signed into a specific account, so it's just like on a guest account. We put on the Roblox video, and one of the ads are RuPaul, not RuPaul, whatever the new drag, one of these drag queens out here, I don't remember what it is, but I'm like, why does my 4-year-old goddaughter need to see this? I'm like, why? I don't understand. They're just doing way too much in the world. Alright. Let's take a look at this arrival. Let's look at the weather. Seems like Paris is covered in a blanket of right now. Weather is calling for 0909, few at 4. Okay, scattered at 26. Not too bad. 23 degrees Celsius. Makes me wonder. Let's take a look at the arrival. Which is trying to find it. Begin with a V. VEP. What is Vetus? Maybe it was Vetus. Vetus 9 whiskey. Yeah, that's what it was. New Venom comics. I don't know. That last Venom movie, feel like they could have did better with it, but it wasn't bad. And I just want to know what they thought about when they were thinking about, where they wake up in that, was that like a hotel room or something? I don't even remember at this point, but where's the story gonna go there? And Morbius, that was another one. I'm like, where does that really tie in everything? It's just so much, way too much for me at least, way too much for me. Alright, so we beat this. Basically, it's just like a right turn. So Lorne. Then we hit the approach phase of it all. Looking at this, where the hell do we find Lorne at? Did I click on the right one? Yeah, I did 8 left. I need 8 right. That's no Kippa. Here's Lorne. Okay, so we come down. Fly 267. And I guess we get vectored into. Wouldn't 8 left be on the right side here? Alright, hold on, let's see. I don't know about the MCU Venom. Apparently new Venom Mark started 2021. I've never gotten that deep into Venom style. This stuff you're telling me is brand new. Who's No? KNULL. Plane doing some crazy stuff. Let's see. Oh, we just had a weather change. Weather change caused it to hit some turbulence and we lost some altitude. Null is killed. I gotta look up Null. I don't know who Null is. Yeah, I've never seen this dude a day in my life. That's crazy. Yeah, this has gone into a whole entire realm I've never even knew existed. So why did he create the symbiotes? Look at this motherfucker. Can you see that? Yeah. Not really well, but Iron Man has a symbiote. Santa Claus? Woo! Look at that. Jesus. That is crazy. Marvel has rights to Santa Claus. Bruh, I am sleep. Not Santa Claus. So, Iron Man Model 50. Bruh. So I got questions. Well, it says Iron Man Armor Model 50. So, did this man like black and gold? This one I'm looking at is like blue and white. White and blue. So you said black and gold, is this it right here? Or this right here? Oh. Okay. Damn, they broke his neck? That is crazy. I can see the airport on the map. We're only like, I forgot, Paris has these very long, I was supposed to do, I know, I forgot to do something. Oops, I'm hitting every button but the right one. Supposed to be an arrival. Oh, that's in there. I think it's that one, 8 Quebec. So now let's look at the map. Alright, so it's in there now. Sent to a place far away. Would it be heaven or hell? That's crazy. So is the suit living, or is it just like that Jarvis shit that we're used to? This is the symbiote suit that you're talking about, correct? Gotcha, okay. I wish I had an Iron Man suit. I'm low-key jealous now. Why didn't his suit stop him from dying in the Thanos fight? He had the wrong suit on? That nanotechnology suit wasn't suited enough for the task? See what I did there? Oh man, sure enough could have used that against Thanos. I'm sitting here thinking, that's just what I was about to say. It's crazy because I was sitting here thinking when you told me that he probably got a sample of a symbiote and took it to his lab and recreated some fancy smancy shit, or did the symbiote just come and was able to like merge with his tech? It's that bullshit. This is why I didn't watch Eternals either. I'm doing too much. Oh my gosh. Gotcha. Symbiote Dragon. Hold on, that's a Google. Oh, it's an actual dragon. Holy shit. That shit is ugly. Oh my gosh. Iron Man's Extreme Biot armor is his most insane suit ever, yeah. Extreme Biot. It looks badass though, for real. Three more turns. You're almost there. Wow, it's crazy. Marvel app for comic books and log into my account and you can bring it stuff. Iron Man stuff, Iron stuff. Yeah, cause I don't know half of the stuff you're talking about. It's a lot. I'm like, Jesus. I didn't know all this was going on behind the scenes. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. You're good. Yeah. So how far, the question is that, how far behind am I? 240 miles. Yeah, Venom is cool. I like Venom. I wish they would have let Spider-Man have him for a while longer, but I do like Venom. Just flew over Frankfurt, then over Luxembourg, then over Reims, direct to Paris. At 225 miles, direct to cover. Civil War, yeah, I didn't see it in the theaters at all. Very few movies I actually go to the theater to see. It would have to be something that I really love, like Sonic, I was in there. Dragon Ball, I was in there. You know what I mean? Just stuff like that. Outside of that, I probably. Oh, some of the. Maybe I did see Civil War. Hold up. There was quite a few Avengers that I did see, and Marvel ones I did see in the movie. Thor was one of them. But there's so many of them, I don't even remember. All the Iron Mans, no, for sure. But I believe I've seen all the Avengers in theater. But not like on the day of. Gotcha. So all fails, you can watch it on the computer. Where there's a will, there's a way. I usually, if that ever happens to me, I always usually make sure I just go back and watch it in theaters after. And or buy the DVD or Blu-ray or whatever it is. Yes, sir. I think I have. Let me see. Quick look here. I have at least 47 minutes, and at the most 47 minutes left. So, if you don't see me on here, just shoot me a message on Discord or something. And we can figure something out for later. So have a good day. Alright, so from the looks of it, we're about 70, oh, that's 40, 20, about 60 miles from our top of descent. So I will, probably start to get ready for this approach. I already looked over the charts and stuff and have it all set up in the computer, so should be fine. Yeah, so 60 miles, 60 miles, 60 miles. It's something I wanted to do, I just don't, oh, I remember now, okay. I should be right back. So we missed the TOD by a little bit, but that's okay. We'll just head down now. 3,000 feet. Alright, so we caught up to our descent path. Enter destination data. Alright. So back to the weather. Refresh. 1:30 at 9. 22, 10, 17. 1:30 at 9. Temperature 22. 10:17 on the altimeter. 200 feet on the vision height. One thing we can look at is the ILS 8, right? You get to see the Eiffel Tower when we're on final. Alright, crossing 19,000 for 3,000, but we have a constraint coming up here. We're less than 80 miles from the airport. chugging along. Less than, about 60 miles. At 14,500. Whoa, 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 what is it doing? Why is it falling so? I mean, I guess it'll catch up eventually. Let's see here, we're at the climb. I mean, the descent. How are we so low when it just wasn't that far off a while ago? We're holding at 12,500. Getting that fall supposed to continue to be dropping as I get closer. We'll see. We gon' see. And Still waiting for that ball to drop. It's crazy that it hasn't. I don't know why. Oh. Yeah, 30 miles out. Crazy, why is that ball so high? Granted, we still have like 12,500. In my theory, even if we're, I think the descent for this thing is 4,000, right? Oh, it's 5,000, so alright, so by 5,000 we should be, that's final approach point, puts us right on the ILS. But to be at 5,000 we need to leave another 7,000 feet. And base, there we need to go. I mean the ball goes. Like the ball should be coming down anytime now. But longest approaches and arrivals I've ever seen in my life. Now that the ball is caught back up. Alright, 12,000. We have 7,000 more feet to lose. How much more time do we have? That's a good question. Where is the Eiffel Tower? I would assume minutes. It's probably going to take me like the entire 16 minutes to just land, let alone the taxi. Wait, oh, we're going international. Oh, but we're landing on the 8th side. Oh, we should be fine. Should be a short taxi. Should be a real short taxi. Airport off to the left of us here. Here we are at our constraint at 11,000. with this shit. Alright, 9,000. Alright, so we're getting somewhere. Landing lights, wing lights. Go ahead, throw that APU on. I'm gonna keep the speed up just because I know we don't have much time. On this left turn, coming out of this downwind, and a left base. It's a real gradual turn. It's a nice turn if you really look at it. It's a very nice turn. Not rushed. I wonder, is it a coordinated turn? Yes, it is actually. Right around 15 degrees, standard rate turn. $7,200 for 5,000. How much time is it saying now? 10 minutes and 35 seconds. Pretty close. We're probably gonna be landing right at 9 o'clock local time. Alright, we're on the left base. Probably should have contacted somebody, but I forgot. It might not be too late.
De Gaulle approach Air France 1761 is passing 6,400 feet, climbing 11,000 feet.
Air France 1761, De Gaulle approach altimeter 30.00, continue as planned. Air France 1761, you are 17 miles west. Keep speed not above 250 knots, expect ILS runway 08, right approach, the Mopar transition. Cleared to Mopar.
Keep speed not above 250 knots, expect ILS runway 08
Alright,
right
slowing.
approach, via Mopar transition, cleared to Mopar Air France 1761.
Alright, this last turn here. Really kind of slow. Have you start to turn off with the flaps on and up? There we go. Alright, so flaps on. that localizer, the 16 miles out.
Air France 1761, please expedite your climb 11,000 feet.
Nobody climbing to nothing. Alright, we got the glide slope. Go ahead and hit approach mode.
De Gaulle approach Air France 1761 requesting vector to next waypoint.
You know what?
Air
Oh,
France 1761, continue to Mopar turning and following heading
it's
340.
activate approach mode. That's why it's acting stupid. Alright, through 5,000. That'll be 13
Air
miles
France
out.
1761, acknowledge last transmission.
I'll acknowledge. Yes, we are landing, sir.
Turning and following heading tree 40 Air France 1761.
About 12 miles out. Coming in hot though, about 218 knots. Need to be slowing down greatly, so I might just throw some spoilers out. I also was trying to look for the Eiffel Tower, I don't know. There it is. Can't really see it. Alright, I feel like we slowed down enough, even though I don't know how much we slowed down. Oh yeah, we're good. Flaps 2, gear down.
Air France 1761, please expedite your climb 11,000 feet.
Whole body climbing. Flaps full.
Air France 1761, please expedite your climb 11,000 feet.
Not. So, auto brakes, medium.
2,000.
Alright, my lights are on, everything's good on the overhead. Come down to
Air
the
France
center pixel.
1761, climb and maintain 9,000 feet.
I'm not.
Climb and maintain 9,000 feet Air France 1761.
Give me another instruction.
Air France 1761, climb and maintain 5,000 feet.
5,000 now.
Climb and maintain 5,000 feet Air France 1761.
Come on, let's clear me to tower.
Air France
There we
1761,
go.
you are 4 miles west of de Gaulle. Contact de Gaulle Tower on 119er decimal 25 when inbound on the approach.
Tower on 119er decimal 25 Air France 1761.
Air France 1761 de Gaulle Tower. Altimeter 30 decimal 031129er at 19er. Cleared ILS runway 08 right approach.
1,000.
Alright. Do I have to acknowledge that? Maybe not. Alright. So, about 700 off the ground. Plane is set up fully. I have it on auto land. I'll probably disconnect it here soon.
500. 400.
300. Oh. 300.
100 above. Minimum.
Here's minimums.
$100. 50, 40, 30, 20. Retard. 5.
Ooh. Reverse thrust. There we go. Yes, it was, sir. Alright, we got flaps up here. Come up here. Disarm that. Looked rough? Define rough. What made it look rough to you? I bounced? You think I bounced? I don't think I bounced. I think I landed on one wheel and then came down on the other. I wish there was a way to tell. I don't think I bounced. I know I had some rudder in there which brought the wing down a little bit. So I made sure I touched on the one wheel. And then when I came back down on the other wheel, it caused me to shimmy off to the side a little bit. That's why I veered off to the side. I just let it do it because I knew it was going to do it, but I don't recall a bounce. That's a TCAS, lights off. There's really no way to tell right now. Once I get off stream, I can look. I'm curious now. The nose might have came down pretty fast. I usually don't pay attention to that part of it for real. That's not what's important. As long as I'm not like slamming it. Because in theory, once your main landing gear touch, you can relieve pressure off of the elevator. So I've never wanted dirt samples. How much time do we have? -1 minute. So we are actually a minute late. this one time, and you know why? Because when I left place called again Tbilisi, I sat there after I started my engines trying to set the stream up. I wasted at least 5 or 10 minutes just sitting there, not doing nothing because I was getting the stream up. Like at the last minute, I decided to stream it, so that is my fault. Alright, master's off, beacon off. D-board. Ended up being 2.5 minutes late, which is not bad for a 5-hour flight. Nah, we're good. And the parking job was perfect.
De Gaulle Tower Air France 1761. Cancel IFR at this time.
Right?
131.605 for Air France 1761.
Ground services.
Ground Air France 1761. Could you please send the baggage? Ground Air France 1761. Could you please send the baggage?
Alright, so that's another one in the books. Go ahead and hit ground power. Turn off the APU. Air France 1761 in the books. I think that might be it for me in flying today for sure, because that was a long one. I am gonna, it's a good game. I am gonna go and look at that landing though. Now you got me wondering. I'm like, thank God I save all my Twitch recordings, so it'll be on there. But until next time, I'll catch you guys on the next turn. Reaper, yeah, definitely a long one. I'm gonna send you a message. I think that you sent me that info as well. So I'll talk to you on there. So I'll catch you guys on the next turn. Later.